Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. I almost just said Saturday. I almost screwed it up. Good morning, everybody. Happy typical train operating session day of the week. Random observation of the day, I found out that melatonin is extremely effective for myself. Not that it really matters, but... We're back. We actually do have the Alarka branch unlocked as of today, and I could go and run that instead of Walker. But I've personally decided that I'd rather do Bryson and Walker because I've never actually gone to Walker before. Like, I've done it once when just exploring the map or something like that, but I've never actually ran that route before. So, we set up all of the logging cars, so we have all the skeletons, so that they're going to Walker, and we bought more... excuse me. We actually got a couple of extra skeleton cars that can go up, so we can have, like, one set that's in Walker and loading, and one set that is currently in the sawmill and unloading. So, we're gonna mess with that today. Blast, I wasn't fast enough. Gotta speed run better, man. Gotta improve that any percent join stir category. On to unexplored territory. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be really interesting to see. I mean, I guess I've technically explored it, but, like, it still counts. Also, when we started, I set up the interchange, there were, I want to say, 52 cars that spawned today. So, that was fun to sort out. You can see that I've moved the Robinson's Gap stuff out of the yard over to this track and, like, split up the Whittier Sawmill stuff from the Alarka branch, etc., etc. That was a wild ride to do at, like, 2 in the morning last night. Holy carp, I've actually managed to be on time today. 4 minutes late is better than 2 hours. Hey, 2 hours is better than 4 hours. But then again, there's always something that's better. 4 hours is better than 6, 6 is better than 8. Though, once you reach 4 hours, I'm kind of ending the stream already, so 6 probably isn't any better than 8. Is it? That's an interesting question. If you're so late that you completely miss out on something, what is the optimal amount of time to be overly late for it? Bad news, one of my HO tank cars fell off the table. And for lack of a better word, exploded. Basically every part of the car frame, tank, trucks, etc. separated from one another. Reassembly isn't possible. I've had that happen before with an N-scale car. It's fun! I hate it. How is everyone? I'm doing good, personally, Orson. Got to play some Lethal Company last night with the gang. Been talking with my dad about maybe watching another movie like Doctor Strangelove sometime. Just overall been having a good time. Having a good couple of days, good week. Getting Bertha started up in Robinson sounds good. Sounds good. Be warned, you do have 24 cars. 24 cars sitting over here in Whittier today. Have fun. A tip, don't do Silva until the late game. It was a nightmare running all the way up there just to pick up cars. Personally, I'm not planning to do Silva on this save. I'm personally not the biggest fan of Silva, because when it comes down to games like Railroader, I find that there's this nice balance in a cycle between running the trains and switching the trains. And I personally find that the route between Whittier and Bryson is around the right amount of space and time, and the route between Bryson and Alark is a little long, but it is still acceptable to me. But the route between Silva and Bryson, or Silva and Whittier, really, it's just... no. Just no. It's too much for me, personally. Especially because when you actually make it to Silva, you know, the paperboard has so much to do. And so it skews the nice balance of how much time you're spending running trains matched with how much time you're running, you're doing switching ops, you know? So on this save, at the very least, we've actually got all the expansions we plan on doing, except for maybe, like, diesel fueling towers. Optimal lateness is 1 hour after the end. Sorry, guys. Sorry I'm late, buddy. We've been sitting here at home watching Netflix for the past half an hour. It took us half an hour to leave the graduation ceremony and half an hour to watch this episode of this show. Why are you here? Hey, hello, Mudge. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's not really a problem. I have rolling stock coming out of my ears to the point I have to refrain from making trains too long so I don't have coupler issues. It was one of my newer cars. It still sucks to have that sort of damage happen, newer or not, you know? Like... it's still a train. Like, worst case scenario, you could have just sold it to somebody else who could have used it, but now you can't other than just the parts. Oh, I'm going a little too fast. What am I doing? Hello, Max. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You know what I miss for Railroader? Shays and climaxes to do the logging branches. I think a geared engine would be excellent, but time and time again I've heard that there's like some complications with how they have to make them. Apparently due to articulated engines. I would love to see a Shay on a branch, though. Ignoring potential technical limitations of the game, seeing a Shay on a logging branch would be awesome. Regauge the Mishkal. Alright, we're good. No derailments today, hopefully. Me, personally, I prefer a Heisler. I think, personally, I prefer a Climax, mostly. I kind of have a soft spot for them after a certain very stupid Railroads Online playthrough that I did. On the upside, I can put the trucks and couplers on my other cars if they break. Yeah, but, like, Trucks aren't all that expensive, you know, they're like $10 for a pair. Hello, Ginger, welcome to the stream. I feel a sneeze incoming. Ow. Ah. I hope that's the only one I had to deal with. Ready for tasking? Right now, the job that is available, well, I guess you can run the passenger train if you want. In Alarka Junction, all of the old expansion cars are waiting to be taken back to the interchange. And at the interchange, there's a bunch of stuff waiting for Alarka and or Whittier. So pick your poison once you get back. Oh, you also have a coach on the end of that train. Good luck. We're doing the mining business, like the shays were used everywhere where there was an even track ready to be found. It'd be kind of cool to have a shay, like... get a shay that runs from Robinson's Gap to Alarka Junction. And you'd actually have a use for this little yard area. You could have it so that one train comes up, delivers the coal cars, and then grabs coal cars from here and brings it all the way down. That'd be kind of cool. It'd also be really nice for the actual, like, little Alarka mine scene over there. That'd be fun. Trying to see if there's an HO scale Talgo set so I can make it into a Cascades train. There is. I don't remember who manufactured it, and unfortunately it doesn't come in the Cascades colors, but there is an HO scale Talgo set. I think it comes in sets of 6 cars. I don't think it's in production anymore, so you'd have to buy it used. And it comes in the Amtrak paint job when they were first introduced in service. God, the caboose is so far back. From this angle, it kind of just looks like the caboose is floating back there. Just on its own. Alright, onto the downhill. Working Lockers carbon mines with secured steam locomotives, that would be a sight to see. Yes, it would be. I would love to see something like that. I wouldn't want to see a very big shay, probably. Just mostly for gameplay purposes, because, you know, I would love to see something like an actual Willamette or a Pacific Northwest shay or whatever they're called. But, like, that little Larka corner would be perfect just for a small shay to shuttle cars up and down the hill and to switch out the little industries up there. I know why, but I noticed that Amtrak engines don't line up with a car. Right, and it bugs me. Honestly, it does make for a kind of cool effect with the little, like, transition car that they have to help streamline the train from the standard Amtrak height down to the Talgo stuff. It's kind of goofy, but it's also kind of cool. Hello, Roberto. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. See if I can keep myself running things mostly first person today. Good luck and Godspeed, Nina. Hey, if you're only managing one train at a time, yeah, you should be able to do it. Oh, hold on. let's not derail the same way we did last time. God damn it. Exact same spot as before, too. Wow. Okay, I'm getting too complacent with this curve. What the heck? Oh, good lord. Is it bad what I have to run an 8 odds good Bradley set from Malarkey to Bryson and it's still not enough? Damn. How many passengers spawn for you? Jeez. Should restrict speed to 25 when you get to the Walker Branch. Oh, don't worry, I'm planning to do 15 when we make it to the Walker Branch. Because that's what the game says they should do. Honestly, the game's usually a little bit off when it goes all the way down to 15 and you can go faster, but I'm gonna play it safe. Favorite geared engines design would probably be the Bell's geared engines, as they are a completely new level in geared engine design and also squeeze it into tank engine designs. I've seen some of the tank engine Bell locomotives. They're kind of cute. I remember when I was like completely hyperfixated on 0130, back probably around the time that I made Snickerdoodle. I saw an article and like, hey, here's how you can make the Bell geared steam engine. I like the look of it. It's a goofy little tank engine. Chonky. Not quite... I like it because it's like a Porter in size, or I should say it's like a Porter in length, but it's not like a Porter because it actually is like a substantial tank engine. Two must hate that curve up in Bryson. You know what's funny? We derailed with engine number 2 in the exact same space, but on a different save with a different number 2. So yeah, number 2 does hate that curve. Either that or I'm bad at running trains, but we already knew that part, so... Point I'm practically going to start working with modding people if it means I can get anything to replace SW1 hauled trains. Do the F mod, the F unit mod. Either that or play a hardcore save. Oh wait, hold on. That's not the right track. Hold on. Hold on. I've been thinking of making some sort of like Steel Pegasus rules if I can. But I actually ran into some fundamental design issues when I was doing so. I was trying to figure out how to balance things like, oh, you can only buy 3 pieces of rolling stock per week or something like that, but I realized that no, that wouldn't work, because that would just limit how fast it takes to play the game, not necessarily how creative you need to be and how clever you need to be. And I do understand that limiting the game in that way would limit creativity too, because you have to sort of ration out how much rolling stock you get and what kind you get. But I don't know, it just feels wrong to me. One more industry that I love to see is an interchange from standard to narrow gauge railroad. That'd be a new kind of category to go invest in game. I'd love to see that, not gonna lie. How would that work, though? Like, you wouldn't be able to spawn cars, would you? It basically would just have to be a regular industry. That's right, I'm gonna need RDCs or any diesel rail car. Get yourself one of those Pennsylvania EMUs. I know they're electric multiple units, I don't care. Grab some. So why not? Okay, hold on. Locations. Bryson, engine service. We have 2 people at $30 a day. 10 hours. Oh, good lord. Oh, also, good lord, that passenger train is not in the right location. Oops. RDCs are awesome. My dad used to ride the Via ones constantly in Nova Scotia, where he used to live. Might get one at some point for my layout. We actually, I think we had a discussion about this last stream, didn't we? Might need tracks too soon. All right, let me let's line you up for that real quick, Mudge. And then I'll get back to my thoughts on the RDCs. There used to be some in the region. There was a little line that ran up north here in the Portland region, up to, I don't remember the town. I'll figure it out eventually. And there was this little RDC line that ran alongside the river and went up to the coast. It was really cool. Now there's also RDCs here in town. There's a couple of them on a commuter railroad here, actually. Do a steamer, only save with every save. I'm thinking of doing that from here on out, because the diesels are kind of overpowered. Like, they're twice as strong as they realistically would be, you know? But I also kind of just like having an occasional diesel here and there. Personally, though, hold on. I saw something on this. My current save, I've limited engines to the C51 as the largest to purchase. Oh, first consolidation. Hold on. First consolidation is the C25, though. Unless you're talking about the C46. I think that's a nice place to limit motive power. Locks out both of the diesels, technically. It actually makes you think about like what engines you want to buy a little bit, because between the P43 and the C46 and the D46, you know, there's actual some stuff to consider. And I know there's some stuff to consider with the C55, S51 Berkshire, and Santa Fe, and all that jazz, but like usually you just go with the Santa Fe or Berkshire. C25, hey, okay, good. Honestly, I was thinking of doing a save eventually where I limited it at like the K28, and tried to challenge myself to do the Alarka branch. Because I think sort of that region is perfect for a hardcore save, where you're only allowed to sort of like get up to a K28 at most. Or maybe a G25 or C25 or something like that. I think C25 is actually pretty clever. Because if you made it so the G25 is accessible, I mean, the G25 is just generally better, unfortunately. C25 underappreciated. Show that girl some love. I don't think I could handle challenges like those. I like the big power too much. I can't blame you. The chonkers do look nice. But I can also understand why some people might need something like that from a gameplay perspective, where they just play a little bit too optimally. Want a new challenge and want a reason to run other things. I ran RDC out to Astoria from Portland. Yep, that sounds about right. For some reason, with the RDCs that ran from Astoria to Portland, I just have a really strong memory of... You know those little plastic toys where they have those little... Like, maybe it's a train, maybe it's a bus... But they go in this little, like, plastic slot on these little plastic-based puzzle pieces, and you just build, like, a sort of loop-de-loop train track using it. Except you really don't build the loop-de-loop, because it's all just the puzzle pieces that you're putting together. I don't know how to describe these things. I don't know, I have a really strong memory of those toys. For whatever reason. 55 cars on one train, all for the... Wait a minute, what? Hold on. 55 cars on one train? Wait, is that how much was coming from Alarka Junction? Uh-oh. I guess we're doing the Walker branch early, huh? Decapods are always my go-to for heavy engine stuff. I love the Decapod. It's a classy little locomotive. It was my personal go-to when I first started playing. And I think on the next save I'm gonna do, it's gonna be my go-to for that sort of stuff. Me out here. I just finished this save. Why am I planning out my next one? Okay, never mind. Somebody else got that already. You know what's really funny to look at? Look at how short the Robinson Gap coal train is compared compared to the train for that's bound, or not bound for, the train that came from the it came from the Alarka branch extension. It's beautiful. I love it. I was going up the marble grade and I accidentally clicked on a coupler, and long story short, I found my train in the dirt at Nantahala. Reputation, reputation. There's already a mod for Doodlebug from the Pullman Open Platform Coach. Isn't that mod like literally just the Pullman Open Platform works like a Doodlebug and there's nothing more to it or something like that? I have like a bazillion over here in Germany, and they were so good that they used them on passenger trains and right until the end of Steam, along with some Mikados. Yeah, but how long was it till the end of Steam? What year was it that Steam ended in Germany? What do you think if my railroad set an alternative timeline? What if instead of using Talga cars, they used California cars but still kept the cars? I could see that happening. Look to your left, you should see trains. Aha, there's the train. I can barely see from out here, but I can see. Kind of. Don't mind me taking a million screenshots. Looks like we've hit our... God, it's so hard to see from this specific angle, though, when you're standing in first-person view, man. Ah, well. Mid-70s at the latest. Damn, that's a pretty long time, though. The sun isn't helping. The sun is making it look pretty, though. I'm like, Crash, how... You got negative reputation? The crash was so bad that nobody wants to work with you ever in a million years. Let's go. That's kind of impressive, honestly. A crash so bad that your reputation just tanks itself to infinity and beyond. Norfolk Southern.jpg. Well, hey, here's the cool bridge that's in the thumbnail of this video. Or, sorry, not video, stream, but you know what I mean. Alright, so... I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna address the lower logs first. I think we're gonna have to, because if memory serves me, there's only enough space on the switchback for around, like, a 10-car train, and we have 15 here, so that's not exactly gonna work out. So we'll split up the train, we'll bring these cars down to Lower Walker. And then we'll get the other cars up to Upper Walker once we're done down here. Also, something interesting I did recently, and by recently I mean literally last night, when you hit tab, locomotives now have a little subtext in them. I went out of my way and added them all to a whole bunch of different train crews. And so this locomotive right here is now labeled for Miser Logging Co. Hey Marioshi, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Moment when your budgie is lying on your PC desk chilling with you. Aww. Burb. Burb good. Wait, I threw the switch though, didn't I? Did I throw the switch twice? Did I set it the right way the first time and then accidentally set it the wrong way because I wasn't paying attention? We're not even an hour into the stream and I'm already making all of the classic mistakes. Let's go. We like them burbs, especially small. Yes, burbs good. Unfortunately, I cannot burb because Cat would not burb well. I do not want Cat to engage with burb in negative fashions. Forgot that branch is switchbacks. Yeah, I like the switchbacks, actually. It makes things more interesting, because I don't like the Connolly branch and just how straightforward it is. It's honestly kind of boring. And so that's why we're going for Walker today instead, trying to see if it's worth it. So far, it's not bad. Brings home bird, cat. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. You should see Durian when she's at the window at the back of our house. She'll just watch it like Cat TV 24/7. She especially likes the squirrels. Okay, I need to apply a little more consistent power than I'm doing here. How steep is this hill? 2.4? It's probably a little steeper than 2.4 down here, right? Okay, it's a 3%. It's a 3%. For those of you who have never seen it, welcome to Walker. At least lower Walker. Lucky for I, chicken burb scared away cats. So that's impressive. Admittedly, it's not too surprising. I could totally see a chicken doing that, but I say it's impressive because whenever somebody's being a coward, we always just call them a chicken, you know? And so linguistically, it's funny that a chicken would scare off a predator. And quack burb just go to liquid water. Liquid water. Oh my god, I got distracted by chat. That's fine. There's nothing to worry about here, guys. Other than a very bad reputation rating. Oh my god. It's funny just how aggressive chickens can be. I know, right? We have a game about people being wimps in car crashes. And mocking them eternally for being too chicken. When in reality, the chicken would just go and crash the car and both of them would die. Tried Walker for a little while, but it took so much longer, went back to Connolly. See, that's why I like Walker, though. I like that it's mildly inefficient. Because Connolly, to me, just got a little too boring when it's just back and forth, doing the same thing over and over again. It's great if you don't actually want to do the work and you just want to have an AI run the train, but... Walker keeps things fresh and different. Exactly, exactly. I'm Walker in here. It also gives us more use for the Bryson yard, and that's something I appreciate, so... The like cat armor couldn't hunt for beans. I love her to death, but one time there was a rat on her back porch and she just stared at it. Didn't even bite it. Our old cat Hestia, she was very much a hunter. We got her as a stray. And, she she would bring us back like dead snakes and rats and birds on occasion as showings of peace, because she was an indoor outdoor cat, you know. Made me picture my flock in a car with a few of them in front driving, like the penguins in the plane in Madagascar. More importantly, though, the flock is split down the middle, and half of them are driving one car and half of them are driving the other, and they're both driving towards a cliff. Tank engine needs to be named Chris, not Connie. Where'd Chris Pratt come from? I'm confused. It's a me, Mario. Wahoo. My uncle had a rooster that attacked my grandma. I was sent in to feed it and the chickens, and it tried to attack me and accidentally hit it square in the face, and it screamed in pain. I don't know why. It sounds like something out of an animated comedy movie. It's like the inciting incident that starts the whole shit show. Somebody hits a rooster in the head a little too hard and it starts screaming in pain, and they have to take it to the hospital, but no hospitals will accept chickens, because what hospital in their right mind would accept chickens? 100% what I was told by my boss when he got chickens. If the roosters give them guff, you need to establish that you shouldn't be flocked with. That's a good pun. I'm gonna have to steal that. I'll have to use it whenever I start bar fights with geese. Oh, did we reach the end of the track? Oh, no, never mind. We didn't. That was just a little bit of slack action. Never mind. Better yet, a bunch of chickens trying to drive a New York Central Hudson on an express train. Jerry, open the injector! Ow, I don't have hands! Massive crown cheek failure. Okay, that also sounds like something you'd see as like a Family Guy cutaway joke or something. Maybe the start to a sitcom. How would that be the start to a sitcom, though? Would it be something where, like, there's some private detective who's trying to figure out how the heck these chickens died and blew up a train? Maybe if they were terrorists, but it really just turns out they were dumb and couldn't drive the train in the first place. Somehow nobody noticed. I'd watch that. Hello, Dominic. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I just now noticed you guys are gonna have some fun at the interchange. Good luck. Got something great a few days ago, an HF scale roundhouse. Or house, sorry, I thought it was a roundhouse, my bad, I just misread chat. That's nice. What kind of house? Like, what style are we talking? We talking American? We talking European? We talking the 1-story, 2-story, plastic? What color? Keep up the good money, you. Keep up the money. Oh my god, we made over $1,000 from that delivery. Let's go. It's a German house. Oh wait, right, Pico. That's not the Pico I know. It's the PIKO one. It's not the PECO one. God, my brain can never get used to that slight difference. Bonk. Actually got a display shelf from one of my relatives who passed away last year. Apparently some of his closer relatives kept it until they figured out what to do with it, and then I got it. Still have to put it out, but ooh, soon my locos will have a home. Yes, perfect. I need to get a loco display shelf sometime. It'd be a good way to set up all the all the DCC and sound engines that I've managed to get over the years. Any thoughts on the Markland HO scale Flying Scotsman? Nope. I don't really know much about Markland locomotives, and I don't really know much about HO stuff in general. Oop, sorry, didn't mean to hit the mic. Best I know about HO scale is that the the S23 from the game from Railroader exists because Bachmann makes it and it's literally everywhere. Oop, wait a minute. Parting Alarka Depot. Forgot about that sucker. Now wait, we made how much money? $422 off of the Alarka Depot run. That's pretty damn good. Come on, really? Really? How close were we to making it off the points? Oh, we are off the points, but technically the wheel itself is still slightly on, so we just have to move it an inch. There we go, that's better. It's actually a really nice shelf for what I need. It's not huge, but it has enough room for all my locos and my favorite cars. It was made for HO, but has lots of headroom, so my GG1's pantograph will fit. Ooh. Go out of your way to make the catenary actually, like, powered. That's what you should do. Powered catenary for a GG1. I've actually seen some powered catenary HO scale before. There was a trolley layout. It was back in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 2012. There was the National Model Railroad Convention, and there was this massive layout where they actually had live overhead power for instead of track power. It was really cool. Still can't believe the Amfleet ones are almost 50 years old. I think they were pulled by GG1s at some point. Should we start looking for retirement homes for our coaches? Is that what I mean? Museums are just retirement homes for trains. I have no clue where that thought came from, but I love it and it's true. Bachmann GG1s actually come to you. Wait, they do? They actually come with provisions to allow you to have overhead power? That's awesome. That's sick, though. You know, I was planning to only use this locomotive for the logging branch, but because the other engine is currently still dinged up and completely destroyed, I probably have to move this thing instead. Oh well, it'll be perfect for switching. What? Wait a minute. Did I just throw the switch for the main line? We gotta have a drinking game. Every time I screw up a switch notably, you have to take a shot. Okay, if we did that, people would get drunk so fast. Considering I got mine with sound, and my favorite paint scheme the GG1s were in for $150, I might have well stolen her. What kind of sound system does she come with, do you know? She come with Economy, Tsunami, probably not WoW sound, but maybe it's WoW sound. I'd assume it's just Economy. Could be lock sound though. I don't know. I don't know Bachman's HO models all that well compared to the Owen30 stuff they do. Alright, ply brakes. Heyo sheep, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I press 2 on the controller, it goes honk. You know, fair, that's all you need to know some days. I've been obsessed with sound systems because I've been planning out the one to get for number 21. And I'm probably going to be spending close to $150 on it. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Is it still going to burn a hole in my pocket? Absolutely. And my wallet is going to be very upset with me. Made a very decorative layout for my trains, but it's not very functional. Like a loop of track kind of layout, I assume? Or do you mean literally just, Okay, functional as in functional for operations, or functional as in there is power to the tracks? There's a big difference there. Oh, there's nothing down there, never mind. I thought we were gonna have to clear out a car from Standard Oil today, but no. We're just delivering one. Remember seeing a picture of a GG1's pantograph almost fully up, and Jesus, it goes high. I didn't think they went as high as they did, let alone there were places on the Pennsylvania that called for that. Google time, I guess. Give me 1 second, I need to see this. 25 feet? Holy cow. Wait a minute. Wow, that's That's pretty damn high. What the heck? That's a vibe, though. That's cool. Dug up the user's manual. It says something about soundtracks. Okay, so Economy, probably. Or I guess they technically say it's Tsunami, but really it doesn't have anywhere near as much selection as actual Tsunami sound does. Tsunami with a couple of asterisks. ASMR. Stir knows how to type fast. Bonk. I want to have a type off with you at some point. We'll make a Nitro type account and 1v1 me, bro. Let's see who's mechanical. I don't actually know if this is a mechanical though. I think it's a mechanical. You know, one of those faux membrane keyboards, or faux mechanical keyboards that are actually just membrane. Don't know if this helps, but it also says something about it. It also has sound in its DC mode. Nah, that doesn't change anything. Basically, all sound decoders in this day and age can operate both in DCC and DC, so... Meanwhile, I'd be in the corner playing Mario teaches a typing! Yahoo! Get ready to move your fingers! You can tell by the missing key. My missing keycaps and exposed. Oh, you know, I should actually take off my keycaps and see. No, actually, this does look mechanical, doesn't it? It's got a colored switch. That doesn't look very membrane to me. Though, I don't have a comparison. But yeah, it's got this light blue sort of color to it. Maybe. Set a photo of mine. I can set you a photo of mine, actually. Hold on. Can send it in the super secret chat real quick. Alright, RGB turned off. Photo taken. Keycaps back on. RGB back on. Perfect. Perfect. I like this little engine. Small little goober. Glad I have an excuse to play with it now. Oh yeah, random thought. Did some of you know that Mario Teaches Typing actually has a plot to it? At least Mario Teaches Typing 2 does. Don't know why I didn't remember this a moment ago, but I do now, and I must make it everybody else's problem. I play Mario Teaches Typing for the plot. Oh my goodness, this... Okay, it never really hit me how long this train was until I actually see it flying past here. Oh my god. We are gonna make so much money off of this. Ah, Robinson Gap, my beloved. Should I get a K27 for the logging division at Whittier? You mean the K28T? Don't really think I need one because I already got my G16 bringing the log flatbeds to the logging division. No clue why I'm even, or even if I want to get one. Well, how's the G16 handling the route so far? How's she keeping up with the loads you want to bring up there? Because I think that's sort of the important question, especially if you're planning to up the sawmill tier, the sawmill contract, so that you have more to do. I think the biggest reason to consider buying one is their short stature is really nice on those switchbacks up for the upper walker area. I guess it doesn't really matter too much though, because like you can only fit 8 cars into the sidings up at Upper Walker, and the switchback can only hold like 10, including this engine. So if you got a slightly bigger engine, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. I'd say go for it if you want one. We brought our K28 over here also because of the, God, brain isn't worried. Right, because it's a nice little switcher for the Bryson area in a way. It's got a nice amount of tractive effort, doesn't take up too big of a footprint. Sure, it has some low water and coal capacities, but that's really not too much of a problem when you're not going that far from the water and coaling towers, so... Love using the K28T as the switcher for Bryson, or just in general as my go-to switcher in short loco. Yeah, it's a really nice little switching locomotive. Because small stature, good tractive effort. Only problem is this water and coal capacity, which really is not a problem when you're dealing with switching jobs. So it's a good pick. If I were to make the Empire Builder 8 should display that I mentioned last stream, should it get an ALC 42 to 301? Is 301 the one that has that cool black paint job for it? Personally, I would say just do what you feel is best. Because, you know, always do what you want to do for those sorts of projects, right? But I think I would go for the for a more generic paint job. Wait, is 301 a Cascade? Oh wait, no, 301 wouldn't be Cascades because it's the Empire Builder. It's not the Cascades. What do you think of the steam locomotive Paramarquette Berkshire number 1225? She's alright. I haven't really heard much about her recently. Got to see her sister back in 2022, 1223 I think it was. That was a fun little excursion. Sadly, 1223 is on static display. If it is even 1223. I don't even know if it's 1223. Number 3 does fine taking the cars up, but goes more above 7. I'll consider getting one. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Either of 3's been doing fine. Wait, I'm not exactly sure. 3's been doing fine up the log grade. Personally, I think I retired my on an old save. I wound up retiring my G16 to the Alarka branch. Because over here, you know, you're going to be carrying less cars up to the 2 mines. And it's a little bit of a shorter distance. You still want to be a little careful, because those cars can be quite heavy on the downhill, but... if and or when you replace your G16 on the log runs, that might be a good place to put it. 1225 was the IRL Polar Express. I'm aware. I am well aware. So the F-59... wait, the F-59? What's the F-50... oh, is the F-59 that little engine that they kind of recently retired? It's the same height as the Superliner. I think I know that engine. They had a couple on, like, the Amtrak Cascades around here, didn't they? One time I accidentally derailed it going down the Whittier log grade. RIP. I've wrecked the thing a few times, but she's still a hard worker. Yeah! I love the G16. Hilariously, I don't have one on this save. But she almost always has some home that she can take on as the railroad expands. She might be a little too weak to do the best jobs, but she's always got some job, you know? I don't know why we don't have one in this save, though, now that I think about it. Maybe I'll need to grab one as, like, the sawmill switcher down at Whittier. Because there is a lot to do at Whittier some days when it comes down to sorting out the logs, and just having a dedicated locomotive ready to do the job would be good. I double-headed my G16 and T17 permanently. You know, fair. Entirely valid. It was mainly for the Surfliner and Cascades. Yeah, that's what I remember, is that there were a lot of, I remember seeing it a lot out here in Portland. Do they have them anywhere else, though, on the system, or was it just for the Surfliner and the Cascades? Because I feel like I've seen a few standard, quote-unquote, Amtrak paint jobs, but they weren't really standard. They look kind of weird. A lot of blue on them for the sort of phase that they were in, you know. That was the main power for the Cascades. Yeah, and then they retired him kind of recently, though. Now we've got the good old-fashioned, or not good old-fashioned, but good old ALC 42s or whatever. $3. $3 for how many fares? For 2 fares. We made so much money, guys. What? Hold on. It's the wrong track to go down. Accidentally today I wasn't paying attention and engine number 7, my T-22, derailed on the Hemingway grade going down. The passenger cars behind it have derailed and now they're being repaired at the moment. My road is pretty safe, but its safety rating says 64. That's a mood. Oh, we're only sitting at 88%. It's the other save that must be at 60%. The road is literally the ES and DT these days. You weren't here when we derailed earlier, were you? We had a derailment here in Bryson. It was really stupid because I derailed there on last Friday. I literally derailed at the same place, the exact same way, and as we were coming into that point, I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do that, but it was too late, and I did it again. We love being safe, in quotation marks. No, I can model super. Ayo! Now I can model superliners over my short line. Personally, the way I was going to model superliners, because I have a small superliner passenger train, was I was going to have an interchange with the Class 1. My original layout plan was actually pretty complicated. There was going to be a staging yard, an interchange yard, and then the actual main railroad. Maybe we should like have a drawing of my track plan, because oh my gosh, there was so much to it. It was going to be a double-decker layout, with the lower deck being purely a staging yard. And there would be 2 helixes with about 18-inch radius curves on them, and this was an N scale. And and there would be basically a huge staging yard where I could stage like giant unit trains that I could run on the main line. Well, the only problem is I did not have anywhere near enough freight cars to make that actually work. I think I decided what new Volte Boy I want to get for my layout. The New Haven EP5. It's different enough from the GG1. Still fits with the era of most of my cars. Looks nice and exists in HODCC. Not gonna go for that, what was the engine? That one we were talking about like last stream that had looked like it was a that was a Pennsylvania engine, and I didn't know that it was a Pennsylvania engine at some point. The one that's at that museum by Strasbourg. I don't remember the name. I don't remember the classification. Alright, how the heck are we going to sort this out? So R1, G3B, G3A, G3A, G3A. Okay, this shouldn't be too hard to do. Oh, that would have been a good screenshot opportunity. I should have been paying a little more attention. Oops. E44, the AAM7 for that matter. E44, that's the one I'm thinking about. E44. It's too modern for most of my other stuff. I still love those engines. I'm just picky about what cars I run my engines with. That's entirely fair. That's entirely fair. About a month ago at this point, my P43 engine number 6 went on a runaway and wrecked at the Whittier Station curve. I think Heist touched it. That guy loves to wreck P43s. 6 damaged herself so bad that she was out of service for a day. Her condition got down to 19. Damn. We had something about as bad happen to this route's number 4. And number 4... Number 4 is a Santa Fe. I think we got her down to like 20%. I don't remember how we did that though. Nor when that would have been. And it might have just been another locomotive. I know we've had a wreck nearly as bad as that though. Just can't remember the save. Oh, speaking of bad wrecks, I might have to repair number 100 here in a moment. Because she's at a 99%. Look out, guys. That's such a terrible catastrophe. Everything is going wrong and horrible. I should probably try and repair that single log car I damaged, though. I'll worry about that later. Funny enough, I'm at day 16 and my railroad has some of the most expensive locomotives in the game. I am so Rick. We love loans. We love crippling debt. What day are we on? We're on day 23. Money! Okay, how much cash do we make for that? Only 200 and... Okay, never mind. That was a lot more than $213. Oh, that was funny. That was perfectly timed. Meanwhile, here I am, who's attempting to figure out how to edit in C pound sign, so I can make a poodle bug that can actually carry passengers. Good luck. I expect it shouldn't be too hard to do. Especially if you have any previous coding experience, even if it's in a completely different language. It's called C#. Ah, but Tish, I see. Sharp. Wow, it really is just one entire track full of coal cars. Holy crow. What the heck? Now the question is, if we have C#, where's C flat? That's gotta be a thing, right? Right. C blunt, the highest coding language. I think this is something to do with music. Oh, it absolutely is. It's related to sharp and flat, you know? That's why I made the flat joke. Because the pound sign indicates a sharp. My opinion, the GP9 and the B65 and the Santa Fe are the engines in the game where lots of people flex that they have. Hold on, is there a little bit of that message cut off? No, there is not. I hate that stupid hard thing. Yeah, they really are. They're fun engines to run with. I personally like the GP9 just because I like that sort of early era diesel. But I do agree that a lot of the time people are like, oh my god, guys, I have 70 million of these things. Look at me, I'm so cool. Gamer Piss 69 here. I do have to agree with that. Hi, Mudge. I should have warned you that I was over here, but it's funnier this way. I'll wait for you to pass before I try it. Actually, wait, hold on. Where did you stop your train? Oh, you stopped it right at the switch. Never mind, I can sneak in front of you. That was a good picture. That was a good spot. I like that. Alright, random conversation topic. Hey everybody, hydration check. Get yourself some water. Does soda count? I mean, it kind of counts. Yeah, you know what? Sure. We'll count it. At least it's 87% water. Dude, I remember seeing a video recently. I need to stop watching these Reddit reading videos because they really make me aggravated and it's unhealthy for my mental health. But I saw a video recently where somebody mentioned that they knew someone who said they were allergic to water and only drank Sprite. Don't get me wrong, I like Sprite, and I would probably drink Sprite if I couldn't drink water, and Sprite wasn't mostly water, but how does one become convinced that they are allergic to water? I do know there's a skin condition, I did look it up shortly after, but like... ingesting it? How do you live without ingesting water? It's not how that works. Totally, I'm allergic to myself. My own skin boils at the fact that I exist. Wahahaha. I drink just Coke most of the time. Admittedly, I drink mostly apple juice and apple cider. I own 8 engines. 1 A26, 2 C25, 3 G16, 4 K35, 5 S23, 6 P43, 7 T22, and 8 S51. Nice variety you got there. Personally, I like flexing that a lot of my saves have very few locomotives. Like this one, we only have 5. 1 dedicated for the passenger train, 1 dedicated for the coal train, 1 dedicated for the Walker branch, and then we have 2 general purpose locomotives. That's it. If soda counts, I'm the most hydrated person on Earth. Send help, I've been on a sugar high since 2017. Have any of you guys seen those advertisements on YouTube for those products that are like, hey, that like you put on a water bottle and it gives them a different smell, and that smell sort of helps to make it feel like it's a different flavor without actually making it a different flavor? Part of me is wondering if I should try some of those sometime to see if I can have less sugar intake in my diet. Also, so I'm less reliant on buying apple juice. The struggle bus. I don't know why, but I really like the term struggle bus. It's a terrible term, I love it. Number 8 is going to work at the copper mine. She's working at paperboard with 3 for now. Haven't got the branch line done yet. The copper mine, number 8, you have an S51. I mean, that feels like a little bit of overkill, because I used to just use the G16 on that route. Or I think it was actually, well, no, sorry, I used the T17, not the G16, but you know, kind of close, kind of similar. I just used the T17 and the C25 to go up the hill, and they worked out pretty well. S51 would be a little overkill. Though then again, I also think that the G25 is probably a little bit, or not G25, G16 was probably like a little underkill, but working the heck out of this porch, G25, yes, yes, do it. If you need any help, let me know. I'll pull out. Excuse me. I'll pull out probably number 2 for that job. Oh, because, yeah, especially if you're not even up to the actual 2% yet. Oh, boy. Good luck. Maybe we need a dedicated helper for this round. We'll buy ourselves like a G16 just to put at the end of a train. Shove him up the hill. Hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. 8, 12. Yes. We'll get a P18 going. Wait a minute. What the? Are you serious? Bro, I've only been here. I've only been away for 2 minutes. And this thing is already empty? Okay, actually, never mind. Right, we were away for a few hours because we actually had to skip time to repair the locomotive. Never mind. Never mind. One of my trains get extremely long, but that's the plan for 8 for now. Is 8 going to be dedicated, like, as an engine only in Alarka? Or is it going to be an engine that pulls the train to Alarka from, like, Silva? Donk. Guess I'm having burgers tonight. I'll have to grab them in like 15 minutes or so. Should be to Alarka Junction by then. Alright, alright. You lucky dog. I haven't had hamburgers in too long a time. There's this really nice burger place nearby. There's this local chain called Burgerville. If you ever visit the Pacific Northwest, you need to try Burgerville at least once. First that made me want burgers, then my train of thought made me decide on pizza. I would want pizza, but as we all know, I have pizza for breakfast once a week. So I'm fine, all is well. Pizza's a good option always. Yes, absolutely. Love pizza. I was gonna say this last weekend, but was too late for that stream. Anyway, just acquired the entire Wilbur Audrey Railway series. I read all the books in one weekend. That's fun. When you say the entire series, do you have like that sort of anthology book? I know I have a version of the Railway series that is like all of them in one place or something like that, or is it like actually each and every individual issue? Pretty much gonna do switching of the mind, then take the drag to the Y. One of my like when you say take the drag to the, so it's basically going to be a dedicated engine between Alarka and Alarka Junction. Is that the plan? And like you'll interchange it down here at the Alarka Junction Y, or are you talking about the Y at Alarka, where it'll take it up the hill to these two locations and take it back down? Yep. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. But you could probably... Hold on, what other engines do you have here? You might be able to use number 4 for that kind of job, for that kind of work. Because I know that the route up the hill from Bryson to Hemingway can be a little nasty, but I don't think the route from Alarka Junction to Alarka is all that bad. I don't think the grades are that steep along this route. Went to the restroom. When I left, it was at 10.3 miles an hour. Came back, it was still at 10.3 miles an hour. Oh boy. How heavy is the train, actually? Hold on. Do you know much? How much weight is it hauling? Okay, 730. Also, I forgot to cycle the hopper. My bad. Yeah, I think 730 is close to the limit. If it's going to stall, it's going to stall right about here, where you are right now. So as long as it can maintain for just a second longer, you'll be fine. How do you like my struggle? It's beautiful. I love it. We might have to leave Alarka at tier 3 in order to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Though actually, maybe we can go up to tier 5 of some of the industries, because they won't all have this happen at once, you know, because this is the first day that we're going to this place, so it's the first day that we have all these loaded cars. Yeah, you definitely made it over the hill. You're doing fine. That, and we can split load. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Another thing is we can actually double head the hill. Because if things get really bad, we can always have engine number 2 and 3 combine up and haul the train to Bryson, where we'll drop off the cars for Bryson. And then it will haul the train all the way up the hill to Alarka. And since we have the K-28T already here to deal with the switching job, we don't need to send the engines back until the job is done, and bam. Easy. We have a backup plan in case things go awry. Had a blast reading them, giving the characters their unique voices and getting very enthusiastic. You sound like my dad. I mean that as a compliment, not an insult in any metric. All right. This is going to be interesting because we have a lot of cars from Walker. This is going to be a fun little challenge to bring all of this. How much weight is this train going to be? Anybody want to place their bets on how heavy this freight train is going to be and whether or not it can make it to Government Island? Because I have mild expectations that we're going to suffer today. It'll be fun. 1370 tons. Alright, I'm going to pull out a pencil and paper and I'm going to write down our bets. Just so we have them notarized somewhere. Someone enters my room once I have my own money. Why is everything pantographs? Everything pantographs in the future. That's right, we're going to have pantographs on our bed sheets. We're going to have them on our pillowcases. We're going to have them as our carpet texture. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. This is a terrible idea. Donk. This is a video of models and hobby of what a Cascade Superliner would look like. I'll check that out in the future. The answer is, considering everybody's favorite Horizon coaches on the Cascades right now, it's just going to be literally nothing. There's going to be no visual difference. Considering our luck. Birds and a debt toll of $5,000, but since I make so much money every day, it doesn't really matter for my railroad. You can do better than $5,000. Oh my God. I still can't believe we're on a railroad with only 5 engines and we still have $35,000 of loans to deal with. Despite the fact that we have the coal company and we have the sawmill to deal with. Swear I had a dream about having a model of a Cascade Superliner some long time ago. Dude, dreams are so weird when it comes down to model rating. I've had dreams where I've adamantly purchased steam locomotives. Then I woke up and I got upset. I got very angry because the locomotive wasn't delivered to me properly. Not because it wasn't delivered properly in the dream, no, just because I thought the dream was real for like half a second, even though I 100% recognized and it was a dream and was lucid as it was doing it. I still got mad at the people for not delivering my trains. I wanted my trains, man. Oh my goodness, 678 tons already. Rariter equivalent if you cheated me on a dream. Exactly. But I would put it at the max loans, which the maximum for me is 9 grand. 9 grand? 9 grand is an extremely low loan. Are you sure it's 9 grand and not something else? Or like 900,000? Or are you talking about like it's 9 grand? That's like the payment that you have to do weekly. Or would have to do weekly, I guess. kind of funny from this perspective where it just looks like logs, 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 logs. Man, I can't wait to actually get the mod for those gondolas or whatever. It's gonna look so much nicer than these skeletons on the main line. Not every day you see 10-wheeler pulling 26 cars, yeah. But, on this railroad it will be. Eventually. It's especially not every day that you see somebody doing this with a 10-wheeler on an uphill grade, no less. Are we on the grade yet? I don't think we are we? Yeah, we're not on the grade yet. There we go. Now it begins. Nope, nope, don't teleport me backwards slightly. I want to be in the seat. I can't actually see the crossing. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to be more diligent. I'm trying to do it more. Found the steep part. Oh no! Did number 3 stall? Although I own the C25, my main problem with it is that the water capacity is kinda low, being only 4,000. Since my railroad owns 14 miles of track, that means I'll probably have to refill at Whittier or Bryson. Either all, it's still a pretty powerful locomotive for my railroad. C25 is a nice little loco. I personally found that it used to suck, and that you absolutely had to refill it at Whittier, or else you'd had to refill it at Dillsboro and then at Whittier, or else you would die on the stretch of track between. But with the modern fuel consumption rates, you should be able to make it from Sylva to Bryson, or like Dillsboro to Bryson with ease, without having to refill in water. Hell, you could probably make it from Dillsboro all the way out to Alarka Junction. As long as the train isn't too heavy, you know. And you might have to run the train a little bit slow, as to not completely break the bank on fuel consumption rates, but... Oh, we're coming up on that 30-mile-an-hour curve. We better slow down. No, but there she is. Logs. Oh yeah, Mudge. As the resident modder of our community, how much can those logging gondolas hold? I'll just check one moment. Take your time, take your time. I think they hold 50 miles. Oh, no, I don't mean the bulkhead flats or the pulpwood racks or any of that stuff. I'm not talking pulpwood. I'm talking flat logs, log gondolas. Big ones hold 12 and wait, really? 12? Holy cow, that's a lot. That's 4 cars worth. That's 4 skeletons worth. What the heck? Even the small ones are twice as much. That's... wow, okay. Bro, at that rate, you would only need 3... You'd only need 3 gondolas as well as a logging flat car with stakes that hold 8. Okay, okay. Wow, though. 12 at a time. Hot diggity. Didn't notice the time. I'm gonna need to let the packs continue on AI and wander out. Alright, no worries, Nina, no worries. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for doing the passenger train when I didn't want to. I'm gonna have to worry about how things go when I get back to Alarka. Oh boy. Gonna have to juggle both the passenger and the freight service. That's gonna be fun. Gotta get food real quick, and the train is struggling up the grade. I'm gonna set it to AI instead of fusing in our lock. Alright, take care, Mudge. See you in a little bit. Get good burgers. Might consider getting a few more login dollars after the stream. Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, based off those calculations that Mudge has listed, you would only need 5 gondolas in order to get enough logs to to replace all of the logging cars we have here and run the train at tier 5, run the sawmill at tier 5. You only need 5 loaded gondolas per day, so it's pretty dang good. Need to do anything to join the Raritas server? If you're talking about Raritas server as in like the Discord server that's official for Raritas, nah, that's free. But for the server for streams, yes, it is available only to tier 2 supporters on Ko-Fi and tier 3 supporters on YouTube memberships. I gotta make my money somehow. Or this log run, you could probably join my server. Well, I got my own stuff to do here. I got I got a loan to get down. 35k more to go. Though I do know there are a couple of people on our community Discord that will sometimes just join save, so maybe you could shoot your shot there, see if people want to join in. Oop. Oop, oop, oop. That's the wrong track. Oops. I understand getting downloads in Raritas is extremely hard for some reason. It really is. I don't know why. 'Cause, like, I guess the reason is once you get in too deep, you always want to buy more things, you know? You always want to keep expanding your railroad, getting the shiny new locomotives to keep your trains running. And so once you sort of reach a certain point of the game in expansion, if you have any loans, you're just going to have to keep going deeper, especially because the interest payment keeps getting higher, and that's just more of a sinkhole for your cash, and blah, blah, blah. Especially the Santa Fe of the Berkshire. Exactly, exactly. We bought a Berkshire on this save. We replaced the Berkshire with the Santa Fe eventually. We just cheated to do it. How long ago did we buy the Berkshire? Hold on, we're looking. No, we don't. We're not looking for milestones. Oh, this only goes back a few days in game. That's annoying, because that means I'm gonna have to re-record my tutorial. I just finished a tutorial. I was like, oh yeah, you can see every single in-game day that's ever happened on your on the finance tab. No. No, you can't. You can only see back a few days in game. Oh well. I'll fix it eventually. Ugh. TM. It's recorded in sections, so if you mess up, you don't have to re-record the entire thing. See, the problem is I do that, Celestial, but even so, whenever I record it in sections, I often lose my train of thought when I have to redo a section. And so I'll have to re-record the previous section, and then I'll have to do the previous one because I don't remember my speed. I don't have the same energy and motivation going into it. And so it can be a lot of pain trying to record a ton of sections just to fix one little mistake. With this, I think it should be possible, though, to just re-record the section of the video. Because it was at the very end of a video. So, I think I'll be alright. I think I can do it. Probably. Maybe. Alright. I'm going to drop a save just in case, and we are going to hop over to Brunk. Where we have missed the fusee. Oh, hi Mudge, welcome back. Never mind, we're going back to log work then. Let's go. So one more burger date if you want to run this for a second. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. What do you honestly think about when Heist lost his shit in a stream about the brand new rarity locomotives? I don't know anything about that because I don't really watch Heist content. I don't watch very many train YouTubers anymore. Because as a train YouTuber myself, I don't want to make my life entirely about trains. Like, if I make it my job and my pure entertainment source, you know, I just would burn out over time. So I've been limiting myself on what YouTubers I watch. And even then, I don't watch them very often. Heist is not on the list of people that I consistently watch these days. So I have not heard of such a thing. For me, I have to record in 10 to 15 second blips so my voice doesn't mess up and I don't get tired. Exactly. For me, I try and do larger than 10 to 15 second blips, though. I try and do, like... Well, I guess it depends on the video. If it's one where I have a strict script that I'm trying to adhere to, I'll try to do minute-long sections. But usually I'll have to actually chop up those minute-long sections into like 15-second sections, because I'll like get 15 seconds done and then I'll screw it up and I'll have to stop and I'll have to cut out the part that I screwed up and then I'll have to start again. But on some videos, like this tutorial series that I'm doing, I try and do them all in one take, because it sounds a lot cleaner, and also I'm trying to record, you know, the visuals in the background synced to what I am saying. And so I'll often actually try to go for 5 to 10 minute segments of a video all in one go. It can be quite hard, but it can also be quite fun and rewarding. If you're wondering what he did, he called the modelers stupid and insulted them. The error to Discord was, oh god. It was basically an argument hole that night. I can imagine the hell that would come from a statement like that. Sounds in character, though. Donk. Two burgers gone, just like that. Speed run! Any percent consume 2 burgers. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no, never mind, never mind. I thought all of this was stuff from the coal mine. Nope, nope, it's not all from the coal mine, it's also from the Alarka branch stuff. Never mind. I'll consider getting a diesel maybe when I can get the money for one and I don't go pro. So diesels are kind of annoying because they're so overpowered, honestly. Their tractive effort is rather high. And they're for what they actually would have been in real life. And also just in game, like they're some of the strongest engines in the game. And their fuel efficiency is super good. The one big downside they have is that their acceleration is kind of butts. Which really isn't that big of a downside in the end. Hey, money. I do hope that the devs eventually nerf those things somewhat, or maybe give us like smaller options. Because from what I recall, it should not take one diesel. It should not take one Jeep to match a Berkshire in power. It took like 2, maybe 3 to match a Berk in power. Like with the superpower steamers, people flex with them. Exactly, exactly. And they shouldn't be engines that you should be able to flex with. They're not... Classically, they weren't that strong. At least from what my father tells me, and from what my own memories have, of course, from seeing photos of these locomotives running around. You know, if somebody wants to do an ultimate flex, they need to run a train to Snowbird Paper over Robinson's Gap. Or not Robinson's Gap, sorry, Red Marble, using only G16s. Early Diesel's the only only thing. How did you get way hint from thing, Lamau? Going for them as the maintenance and one operator for multiple units. Exactly. And that should be reflected, I think, in game. I think Diesels would be a lot more interesting if maintenance-wise they cost less and you couldn't multiple unit steam engines, but you could multiple unit Diesels. Or maybe you could only multiple unit a certain number of steamies, but you could easily multiple unit a ton of Diesels, right? And they're generally weaker overall, but they wouldn't be like G16 levels weak, maybe like K35 to K28, somewhere in that sort of range. At least for the Jeep. Maybe the SW1 would be less. Maybe you just actually divide their current tractive effort by 2, and that's the number you'd get for their actual power. Now, they generally take a little less on maintenance costs. And they would be like, what? Well, what other things could there be? Obviously, their fuel consumption is less, but that's another maintenance cost point. I feel like Diesels could be reworked into something a lot cooler. Also, I just realized I'm taking down more cars than I need to down this route. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should be able to still fit this in just fine. Annoying thing about the people who own them is they literally get other people to work on the railroad for them so they can get the money so that they can then buy the engine and flex that they got it all by themselves. Especially Angry Ragtimer and his buds. Oof. Instead of flexing that you have the big engines, just do the G16 only playthrough. Make everyone's life hell. You don't have to turn Diesels. That is not something that is actually, like, enforced by gameplay, though. I do agree that Diesels look fine when you're running them both ways, but... Yeah, Mew G16 everywhere! Oh god, can you imagine how much of a pain in the butt it would be to actually, like, refuel those, though? Like, good god. That would be painful, and I would love to see that happen. Don't hate Angry's content, but it's annoying. Said he gets other people to work for his railroad. That's why I'm subscribed to him, and his single-player videos are pretty good. But he's just lazy when it comes down to actually, doing the work to get the locomotives, and that's so it sort of takes away in your mind from the experience. 4G16s on every train. Yeah, 4G16s, and every train has to have at least one passenger guard too. Just to make it even worse. Does anybody know how to stop your eye from twitching? It's been doing it for like the last hour and it's really annoying. I know that's a random question to bring up, but random conversation topics, that's just how these live streams go. Passenger cars for repair guys to fix the absurd amount of locomotives on the train when one inevitably breaks. Just on the fly, they jump out of the coach like a clown car, and they just all rush straight for the engine. And while the other engines are still pulling the train, the one engine that's broken, they shut it off, and then they immediately get to work like monkeys. They're holding on to each other like trapeze artists. Pinch the point is twitching. I'll try that next time that happens. Hopefully that stops it. Anybody have that feeling when they sell the G16 and then when they buy another one it doesn't feel right because it's not the original locomotive you start with? I 100% agree with that. Oh, it's interesting to me because sometimes I'm okay with selling it and sometimes I'm not. But no matter what the case, I just generally don't buy a second one. Added the G23 mod, it ups the power of the G16. I don't know, that feels kind of boring to me though. Like, the G16 being so weak, funnily enough, is what makes it kind of special. When I get loco mods, it's gotta have its own model for me to consider it. All right, boys, we're gonna add the S20, or sorry, the S282 to the game. This is my original character, Donut Steel. Non-copyrighted locomotives. Next thing you know, we're gonna have just an ASCII locomotive. So many people think it's a pretty weak locomotive, but just make it do the less heavy work, and then boom, you get a decent locomotive. I think the thing is that a lot of people approach this from the perspective of that you should only need one locomotive per person, generally. At least that's my personal experience on the topic. Is that a lot of folks like... I don't know, brain just stalled out. I'm sorry. And usually they like making sure that the engine is overkill so that they can maintain fast speeds, which is boring. You should play the game in a way that actually challenges yourself. Are you running any mods? I think we have 2 installed, but we're not actually using them at the moment. Hold on. Interchanged, Unchanged, and C1 CD. I might honestly uninstall these just to make sure that as I'm doing the tutorial series, I'm doing it correctly, because I know these affect the interchange a lot, you know, and I'm going to be doing a tutorial talking about the interchange sooner or later. But right now, no, we don't have any major mods that we're working with. I'm waiting for the tutorials to be done for that, which might take way longer than I want it to at this rate. I need a speed run. I need to get the next tutorial done. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna uninstall the G25 mod now with the new engines out. Yeah, we got the T22, A23. You got a decent sort of spread of locomotive options in that region. The A12 mod, if you're feeling spicy. That's right, instead of using the G16 mudge for that hardcore playthrough, we're only going to be allowed to use the A12, and we have to bring a 3,000 ton train over red marble with only A12s. Nothing else. Oh wait, hold on. I'm not supposed to. I was only supposed to grab the caboose, not the rest of the train. Also, I wasn't supposed to unhook the glad hands there. Oops. One A12 save. See how far you can get. Honestly, that could be kind of cool, though, as like a challenge save. You're only allowed to use the G16, see how much you can do in a single day. Before it starts, like, getting overwhelming. Because I'm willing to bet you could do a lot. You could probably do everything from Silva to Bryson, and maybe even up to Alarka Junction or Alarka. You'd have to do a lot of doubling the hill, though. But that's okay. That's not going to be too hard to do. It's just going to be tedious. Should I pull the trump card and join the server and Everett? No, server is only for paid supporters and channel members. 'Tis how we do things here. And even if you did have the server's name, I don't know what the password is, and you'd have to find it in the paid supporters chat somehow. I get it, because some random idiot might wreck all the locomotives. Yep, and we have had... Back when we did Railroads Online a lot, we actually had somebody hack into a save even with a password on. That was fun. That was an experience. God. I still find it hilarious that he tried to dox me, but because he didn't actually go for the server host at all for some reason. So he wound up not actually doing any damage. No, it could never happen, but imagine just someone with a name you've never seen before joining the server typing, "I'm not giving you a cent," and leaving. That'd be impressive. Especially because I change the passwords every now and again. You know, I haven't actually changed it in a few months. I should probably change it soon, just in case. Chat making stir paranoid about hackers again. Dude, have I told the story about the time my Discord account got hacked? I think I've told it before, but it might have been a couple of streams. Maybe I'll have to tell that again. That's a fun little tale. The time stir fell for the dumbest scam known to man. Had my account hacked before, too. Ouch, rip. I'm lucky two-factor authentication saved my ass. I think one of the funniest things I've ever had when somebody tried to hack my account was, "Hey, bro, I'll pay you money if you let me use your account for 5 minutes. I just want to have an account for 2 seconds that has had the early supporter badge," because you know I've had Nitro for years, right? And like, no. I'm not falling for that. I've known you for like... If you're somebody I'd known for a few years, I'd consider it, but I've literally added you today. What do you want? Try out my game for my IT class. Yeah, exactly. That's the, That's what I went for. That's the one I fell for. To answer the stream title, you don't need Walker. Oh, but we do. I like Walker a million times more than Connolly. Connolly's just boring to run up and down after a while. Very believable, honestly. If it had been anyone else, I wouldn't have gone for it. See, for me, the thing is that I'd recently quit working on Railroute. And so I was sort of in the mindset of, oh yes, I want to help you make this game because I know how to make games. I like games. I can tell them what to do. And it was some sob story about like, oh man, this friend has no confidence in their project, and this is somebody I hadn't spoken to for years. I don't know how I didn't like see the red flags until I had downloaded and ran the executable file, but somehow I did. And somehow it didn't work. That got to cuck the guy for a couple of minutes, just leading him on. Like, oh yeah, I'm running the executable and it's not working. Well, I'm just checking with some of my old friends to double check and make sure that, yeah, they are actually hacked. Okay, we have 2 for Senzel, 1 for Whittier House Track. Let's roll. Got one of my friends through my... Oh no. Ah, that sucks. It's like the plague. Just stay inside and quarantine. Block everybody so they can't get hacked. Easy solution. Hey, money. We are perfect. Okay, money. All is well. No, I'd hope so. Because it would be really funny. It would be really frustrating, but also really funny if in the middle of a stream you just started posting game links in the yard chat. Curious, how did you change the font on the tenders? Simple. You can use some basic HTML formatting. If you go to customize, you can change the size. You can't change the font. You can change the size. You can change its indent. And you can also make it bold and like italic and underlined. There's some page that shows you... Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized this was all in the lower left-hand corner, so you might not have seen it all that well. There's a Unity page that tells you how you can format text, and not everything from that page works on the trains, but a lot of them do, and so we use that to make fancy text on our locomotives. Alright, I'm gonna give this a good kick. Play this game called Mini Metros and Mini motorway sometimes. Recently I got excited because I thought they made a third one called Mini Airways after investigating it was made by a different... Aw, that'd be kind of cool if they made a Mini Airways, though. It might be a little bit simpler than Mini Motorways and Mini Metro, though. That would be kind of cool if you had to, like, you just had your airport and you had to upgrade it over time to meet demand. Adding in more lanes and sort of, like, making sure that there's enough runways for all the traffic and at the right times and right places and right headwinds, etc. That could be a fun little game. Oh wait, I should not have uncoupled. What am I'm not kicking these cars. What am I thinking? Cover on Steam was clearly made by AI. Typical. Oh boy. So it's not just a ripoff. It's low effort. I want money. Please fall for my trick. A ripoff. Oh, God. That's disgusting. I did it again. I need to stop preemptively unhooking these cars. I'm terrible at this. All Quiet Roads got a lawsuit from Dinosaur. What's All Quiet Roads? I don't know that one. What was your favorite whistle in the game? Mine is personally Writing 6. I don't actually remember. I honestly do. I like this one a lot. The one that always comes to mind is the Western Maryland 3 chime. I don't know, I just like the sort of low-pitched whistle for a big, chonky locomotive. I have too many whistle packs to remember my favorites. That's entirely fair, you know. I might actually keep the New York Central one on this engine. Have that 3 chime on 2 locos already. It's a good 3 chime. I'm not gonna leave it on this engine though, for sure. Oh my goodness. Oh my. That's a unique little thing. It feels like it's a little bit of an acquired taste, but I can definitely see why you'd like that. That caught me off guard. That one feels a little too synthy to me. I already have that one on an engine. That one feels too flat. That was the one we were using a minute ago. Little too synthy. I like that one. There we go. There's my favorite whistle in the game. The comically quiet one. I'm just gonna stick with the New York Central whistle for now, I think. It's another highway sort of game. It's pretty different from Mini Motorways, so the lawsuit didn't get anywhere. This Mini Airways game isn't gonna be so lucky, I think. Well, it's assuming that they sue. They might not care enough to sue. It might be too small of a game, and they might not get enough traction, and they might not notice. You know what? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I'm gonna schedule another interchange service. I already did. I don't need to worry about it. I've got nothing to fear. Just scheduling a bonus one because of these hoppers. Because I don't want to use up too much space on the interchange refueling hoppers or refilling coal hoppers, because this morning, I think I mentioned this earlier, we had 52 cars in the interchange. In fact, but sometimes I actually had to redo it a couple of times because I realized I screwed up multiple times. Sometimes we had 52, sometimes we had 51, sometimes we had 53, and the interchange was at capacity. So I don't want to waste any space. I don't want to accidentally use up interchange capacity when we skip a day. So It's a mod called Move the Equipment that moves own fuel cars in the interchange. Well, I guess I know what mod we're gonna be getting when I finally start adding more mods to the game. Ever plan on getting a DNRGW brass K27? Rarity Volunteer is selling one for $375. How to price that people sell for it? I don't think I will anytime, at least not anytime soon, because I'm more so focused on actually, making the model railroad than buying locomotives for it. And K27s, they kind of need pretty broad minimum radius curves. They need like 26 inches minimum. They would not like the 18-inch radius that I currently have. I got a list already. Yeah, I'm gonna need to write all this down, Mudge. We're gonna want West Bryson Industries. We're gonna want F units. We're going to want the A12 because the A12 is funny. What else can we add that would be goofy to do? We'll make it so that we need to do more at the sawmill every day. The log place thing, log gondolas, log steak flats. What else can we do? I have an A12 as my main passenger engine. Honestly, it's probably a pretty good passenger engine for a pretty long time. Like, sure, it's the weakest engine that you can own, generally speaking, but, like, we have an S20, or an A23 right now, right? We have the A23. The A23 is hauling 3 Osgood Bradleys and an observation, and it's not at all struggling. So instead of going for Osgood Bradleys, all you would need to do with the A12 is just grab a couple of the open-ended coaches. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll finish my thought in uno momento. Alright, there we go. But you'd have the lighter weight coaches, and those things are like half the weight of the Osgood Bradleys. And so if you can have 3 Osgood Bradleys plus an observation hauled by the A23, you could probably get away with like a 5-car train up to Alarka Junction, or even to Alarka, with an A12 with ease. Maybe even with an observation at the end. It's a mod for observation cars for all the car classes. Observation car for the for the Osgood Bradleys. Now we just need a baggage car for all the car classes. A26 is a pretty reliable passenger engine. It's a pretty good mixed passenger, mixed freight locomotive. Personally, I don't use the A26 very much, Mostly because there's somebody on one of our streams that would ask me every day, "Hey, where's your A26 at? What is she doing? Can she do switching ops? Can we take her out for a spin? Can we do XYZ?" And I really hate it when people tell me unprompted what I should do. Especially when they don't take the hint that I don't like being told what to do, and I tell them bluntly, "Hey, I don't want to do it." So I haven't actually used an A26 in a while, just due to this sort of weird personal grudge against it. It's not a bad engine, though. I like it. Visually speaking. It's a little goofy, but putting aside my own personal grudge, I do think it's a pretty little locomotive. Use the A26 for freight now that the T26 took over passengers for, but that's actually pretty reasonable. Or sorry, not T21, T26, T21. I can words. T21's a pretty good passenger engine, especially because of the stupid fast acceleration, you know. Very robust. Very nice. Consist on my road is basically the Strasbourg consists. My friends have told me that it looks like Strasbourg. Oh, so you basically have a whole bunch of red open platform coaches. Red is a really good color for cars, though, so I can't blame you. Thinking about making a Rarer slander video at some point, one of the things I wanted to put in it was A26 fans when they find the milestone menu. With any of the shocked faces. It'll just be a glamour cam of that painting, the Scream. I recently switched to red on my passenger train as well. It's just striking. Yeah, it's a really good color. Red and green seem to be very popular, and for good reason. I mean, they were popular in the real railroads, weren't they? Maroon was more classy. True, true. Blood red for the bloodshed for the blood gods. Amount of times I've seen an A26 on a railroad with more than Whittier and Ela can be counted on one hand. Seriously? It's that unpopular? Wow. That's impressive. How many saves have you seen with A26? A26s that only have Whittier and Ela, though. If you're wondering why I'm not using my P43 for passenger work, it's because my freight train needs a more powerful locomotive, i.e. the P43. Why not go over the S51, though? Well, I do get the P43, because the P43 is a quite powerful engine, and it is actually generally better to use as a freight locomotive. Back on the Saver, we had a P43. We mostly used it for freight work until the passenger train got just a little bit too long. And its water capacity was killer. Especially back before the update that made water capacity not die every 5 minutes. But like the S51's just stronger. Why not mess with that a little bit for your freight trains? Hey, everybody who's doing that drinking game, where every time I forget to throw a switch or I derail somewhere, take another shot, I just forgot to throw a switch. What are your thoughts on the Little Pacific, the P18? I actually had one on this save for quite some time. It was a nice little passenger engine. We eventually replaced it with the A23 just because, well, A23 was the new shiny locomotive. But it did good work of passenger service. If I had any complaint about it, it was the water capacity being kind of meh. Aside from that, it was a respectable little locomotive. Part of me is actually considering buying one for the tutorial series. Just because I do feel like it's a little underappreciated. It's a pretty little locomotive. I've seen more people use the P43 for freight work instead of passenger. I'm not too surprised by that, actually. That water capacity is really, really nice. Another thing I wanted to do was number of railroads of the T21 with the guy walking up to a whiteboard and drawing the perfectly circular 0. I feel like that's not entirely true, though. Because the T21 has insane acceleration right now. Maybe instead you need to have T21 uses and then just pod racing. No, this is pod racing. What'd be a good candidate for 0, the big fat 0? Yeah, I know it can't be entirely true, and that's why it's called slander, but I feel like there's better locomotives, because the T21 is actually pretty good, and I think there's a lot of people who do use it. But I could see S51 being there. Maybe, actually, T17. There you go. wait. Better yet, have for the T17 clip, just have the Scrapyard song as background footage. The Scrapyard song from The Brave Little Toaster. T17 lovers, and it's just those cars on top of each other getting dropped into a pit that just instantly kills them. I have the mod with tender swap, so you can have a specific tender on other engines. I kind of like, though, that other engines are balanced, or most engines are balanced based on their fuel capacities. Then again, some engines could have way better fuel capacities and really should. It's gotta have been enough time for the logs to load, right? Yes! Okay, perfect. So, I think we're gonna do one last job before I end the stream. I'll probably continue doing some off-camera work, but one final thing to do. And that is to get that one single skeleton from up in Lower Walker and get that sucker repaired, because she's not doing so hot. I just got here. Well, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, as I'm actively announcing that we'll probably be ending it soon. That should be a little bit, though. We got I don't know how long it'll be till we make it up to Walker. You know, I should actually time the Walker branch. That'd be a fun little thing to do. Alright, timer starts when we hit the bridge here in a second. Short little steel bridge. Alright, begin timer. Climb hill. Fuel consumption before 3.0 was so bad, especially on the P43 and K35. Really? K35 I can get, but on the P43, I feel like I had less troubles on the P43 than on any other engine, personally. It was our go-to for the coal hauling train for a while. Because we had Silva unlocked. And so going all the way from Alarka Junction to Silva, you know, we had to refuel it at Bryson usually, and sometimes at Dillsboro too, but... Hey, Wes, welcome to the stream. Open to sneaking some watch time in at work. Hey, nice. Cheating the system at the cost of the company. Let's go. Mods fix the K35. Honestly, I think the K35 doesn't really have as much of a problem as it used to. The problem was back when water consumption was so terrible. And now that it's been fixed, I think the tender could have a little extra fuel, you know, but it works. Want a Mikado with better drivers, figures. Yes, please, give us a heavy mic. Give us the USRA heavy mic. Please. Even though the K35 didn't have any problems. Honestly, it really didn't. Now that you mention it. I think the reason I had problems with it was just because we were trying to push it a little harder than it was supposed to be pushed. Well, like, it really isn't the best between Silva and Bryson, generally speaking. And so we'd make it to Bryson with not really all that much water. This is my first coal loco for Robinson's Gap. Not a bad choice, honestly. I think we used it for Robinson's Gap at first, too. Back when we had like tier 3 on the big save on the Araloma. Before the update came out, literally not even at Barker's, it was at 6 tons of coal. Let's assume that in this case, it was going from Dillsboro to the... Actually, no. If it was Dillsboro... God, if it was from Dillsboro to Barker's, okay. Yeah. Yikes. For me, though, water was more the problem than coal was. I think my coal engine was the decapod. It's interesting because our coal engine was the decapod, but it was the decapod... The decapod wasn't the coal engine at first. I think the K35 was the first coal engine we seriously had to... I mean, I don't remember, and this can be fact-checked. Take this with a grain of salt. But I think originally we had the K35, and then once we started upping the coal amounts, we went to the decapod. And then we went down to the P43 eventually, just because of water consumption rates. Immediately after I saw that, I called one of my friends saying, hey, should I return this pause? Because I spent all my money on that locomotive. But ever since the update, it's been... I assume it's been means it's been alright. Yeah, ever since the update, that engine has basically been... Same with the K28. The K35 and the K28 were kind of mediocre. K28 especially, but since the update came out, they're quite respectable little locomotives. Alright, that was 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Not bad. Admittedly, we were going a little bit above the speed limit, but I think the speed limit is only there to make sure that you're trying to regulate your speed because of how steep the hills are and how sharp the corners are. Because you could absolutely derail if you lose control of your locomotive. Alright, so we're only grabbing one of the log cars today, because I do like the idea that the logging runs are only done once a day, and that we bring up cars to load and bring down cars that are already loaded, and then wait till the next day to do it again. But we're bringing down this car because of 95% damage. Yeah, sounds like this route can handle around 27 miles an hour. Apparently MTH made Cascade Superliner cars in O-scale. Ooh. With that pretty little paint job that you posted in the model rariting chat, or the model and hobbies chat. Aha, you can see in the background of that image, yeah, MTH. Definitely looks like they're packaging there. Somehow I fixed the light on my Bachmann Connie by taking the shell off and putting it back on again. She doesn't follow the laws of physics. She made her own physics, and you follow them. It's actually kind of... Wait, when you say you took off the shell, did you, like, break the wires in the process? Or were the wires still on, and by taking off the shell, you must have somehow moved them around and that sorted out the problem? Oh, I see if I can pay a person to custom paint a bunch of Superliner cars for me. You could probably find somebody willing to do that. I remember back in the day, I actually found somebody who was willing to, you know those cab cars that they have on some passenger services? The cabbage cars, sorry, where they take an F40 PH and they chop it up a little bit and modify it to be a baggage car that's also a cab car. There are people who will make those and paint them. Sell them to you. They're not cheap though. They're like $160 a pop. Rapido now makes the cabbages. I might be thinking about N scale. I don't think there's N scale cabbages. Unless maybe Rapido makes N scale cabbages, in which case, send me a link. I need those. I'm required by law to purchase at least one of those. We used to ride behind them all the time. When my father and I would go on vacations out to Michigan, because they would actually use them on the Père Marquette service for a while. Back when the Père Marquette was using Superliners, I remember seeing a couple on the back of the train. Sometimes. Looks like they're only making them an HO for now. Ah, darn. I need one in Cascades colors. I'm sure you could probably find someone who will repaint them into Cascade colors for a price. Wouldn't be too hard. Paxton around and everything shunted at Alarka. Perfect, because I'm pulling in with this single car to repair it down at Bryson. And hey, look at that. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark on our stream. Perfect time to call it quits and to move to the move to doing a little bit of playing off camera and just hanging out with people in the super secret yard channel. Pax is pretty much full, though. Ooh, boy. That's exciting. Where's she at? Eagle. Hello, Eagle. 84. Oh, gosh. 63, 84, 20. You weren't kidding. Oh, my goodness. Yeesh. Should be a G16 cult. There is a Mogul cult, but I think it's more like a Oop, I didn't mean to press that button. It's just Moguls in general, so it's G16 and G25s. Those are the only Moguls in the game, right? Yeah. You know? Maybe that should be a stipulation. Maybe there should be a game where you're only allowed to buy one of each type of a certain type of a certain wheel arrangement. So if you want that F71, it's going to be your only locomotive. Okay, I guess I worded that kind of poorly. You can only buy one wheel arrangement, and you can only buy one of every locomotive type for that wheel arrangement. So if you wanted 10 wheelers, you can only buy a T17, T21, T22, and you're done. You can only buy the S23, and you're done. You can only buy the S51. Well, maybe, okay, the S51s. Maybe it's just letter-based, because then you could also have it so you can get A23, A26. So the standalone engines have a little more to work with. Consolidations would be pretty overpowered, because you get the C25, the C46, and the C55. I'm going either T or C class. Yeah, exactly. I think the C class would probably be best. Of all this. I guess you could also buy diesels. We're banning diesels for this challenge. Screw that. T would be more challenging. That is true. T would be more challenging, and that could make it more fun in a weird sort of sense, because you get the second weakest locomotive in the game, and all of your engines are in the top 5 weakest engines in the game. That could be an interesting challenge to try out sometime. I'm gonna keep the server running for a little bit. Hang around, probably get the passenger train, make some more money, make sure that the loan is held up. But for now, I do need food. It is around that time of day where we end the stream. So thank you all for tuning in today. Hope you've enjoyed this as much as I have, and I shall see you all sometime. I don't know exactly when I'm going to do it. I'm going to stream again or when I'm going to upload a video, but sometime, TM. Alright, take care, everybody. Cheers, folks.